Going to call the order the Kuwait Casino Gaming Authority meeting, and we shall start with roll call, please.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Sean Borowitz. Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith. She did advise she'd be absent today. Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Kimberly Lee. Here. Rob McGrory.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Michael McCurchie.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen. Sorry, Bridget, I didn't hear you. I see you unmuted, though. Okay, I'm hearing a faint echo. Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here. Okay, we have a quorum. On today's agenda, we have the following items. We have minutes from 12/2 of 25. We have FY26 Kuwait Casino budget document, and we have FY26 Kuwait capital expenditures. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the agenda.
Motion.
Support.
Motion by Kim Hampton, which is supported by Larry Barbeau. Any discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted, which brings us to the first item, which are minutes from 12/2 of 25. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Support.
Motion by Kim, supported by Larry. Any discussion on those minutes? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and those minutes are adopted, which brings us to our second item, which is FY26 Kuwait budget document.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Management Board of the Kuwait Casino Gaming Authority hereby approves the attached FY 2026 budget document for the Kuwait casinos.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Kim,
Support.
supported by Larry. Al, Bill?
Over two sessions with the board, we've brought forth the varying budgets for Kuwait casinos, all 5 properties, and would ask, given that discussion, that for approval.
And that is correct. We have workshopped these multiple times. With that, is there any discussion from the board?
Is this the attachment?
To the board. It should be the budget.
There's nothing attached.
There is, oh, sorry, not to the.
No, go ahead.
That is the budgets that you guys went through during the workshops of the Kuwait Gaming Authority. The attachment to the resolution is the RIS that tells you the dollar amount and everything.
Nothing in that. Unless I'm missing it.
So you should have a 2-page RIS behind the resolution, Kim.
So there's an RIS behind there stapled, and then we have the budget document that we workshopped earlier
This
today.
one right here. Okay, so this is the attachment. So the total is 46615? Is that correct?
That's the CapEx.
CapEx one, yep.
Okay.
There is no dollar amount listed on that.
Yeah,
Sorry. There should be.
I have it.
so do we know what dollar amount we're looking at then?
I'll look it up real quick.
Then we can just add that on the IRS.
See, we've always,
RIS.
She's talking
yeah,
tax.
we've always included the consolidated, has always been a part of the attachment with the resolution that has the, that's, I mean, as long as I've been with the casinos, start doing this, is this attachment was always, the consolidated casinos was part of, it went resolution, RIS, and the consolidated.
Can you walk over to Kim and show it to her, please?
Yep,
So is,
I don't know if it's in that packet.
oh, okay. It's just saying it's attached, and that's why I was asking. Yep, is this it?
Yes,
Okay, so we're good, I'll just.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, Are
We're
you
good.
satisfied, Kim?
I'll put it right in with it. Yep.
Okay, I appreciate it. Anyone else? All right, hearing none, roll call, please.
Where did my thing go? I'm sorry. Bridget? Can't hear you, Bridget. Aaron?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Lana's not here. Isaac?
Any?
I can hear you now, Bridget. Did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay, and then Isaac? Rob?
Yes.
Yeah, motion carries, thank you. The last item that we have for this Gaming Authority meeting is FY '26 Kuwaitan capital expenditures.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Management Board of the Kuwaitan Casinos Gaming Authority hereby approves the FY 2026 Kuwaitan Casinos capital expenditures budget in the amount of $4,661,500.
Okay, is there a motion? Motion by Larry,
Support.
Support.
supported by Kim. Al, Bill?
This is basically our CapEx budget for 5 properties, which includes purchases of new equipment and repairs of building maintenance.
And this is something that we workshopped earlier today as well.
Yes, it is.
So is there any discussion from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Michael? Isaac?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. That concludes all the items that we have listed for today's Gaming Authority meeting, so without objection, we will adjourn this meeting. And seeing no objection, this meeting, at the conclusion of the lunch break, we will have some closed sessions with our Health Division. They're going to review the budgets, and their CEO is going to be providing an executive report. At the conclusion of those 2 items, we are going to have the proposed constitutional amendment discussion, which is open to the public. So we will be on break until 1 o'clock, everybody.
Thank you very much.
We are on our final item for today. This item is obviously open to the public. It is the proposed constitutional amendment discussion. As our membership knows, we've been workshopping the proposed separation of powers for quite some time. We're going to begin to do things a little bit differently. I'm going to ask if any members in attendance, either in person or on Zoom, have any feedback to provide us, that they be given the opportunity, similar to how they do so at board meetings with membership participation. So the same rules apply, no singling out board members, no obscenities, no vulgarities, things of that nature. So at this point, we have one member who is in attendance. Janet, would you like to speak to us? And I'm going to give members 5 minutes before we workshop and 5 minutes afterwards if they'd like to provide us with their opinion of how the day is going to go.
Okay, so I have questions on right of referendum. The changes you've made there, your changes. I don't think it's right that we're making it harder for people to do a referendum. The amount of numbers you would need for the election to go forward. Current Constitution says 100. According to this, I'd need 300 and something people to run a referendum. So I think it's a harder burden on the membership, just saying, on that one. And then the other one, the amendment for the bylaws, 30% of those people entitled to vote means you're never going to be able to change the Constitution again because you will never get 30% of the membership entitled to vote. It doesn't say registered voters, it's entitled to vote. So I don't really care for that either. And those are just a couple things. I'm sure I'll have a bigger list as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback, Janet. Okay, Ryan, are we all set to begin?
Yep, I'm ready. So I sent you guys a summary of what we've gone through, kind of highlighting the big, it's my memo, it's in your packet, highlighting the kind of the big changes, so to speak, and then highlighting some things that internally legal has flagged and or just different parts of our tribal administration have flagged to circle back on. The first one, I'll go through them all quick. The first one is the recall election language. I passed this out last week, but we didn't get a chance to actually talk about it, so I'll get to that part in a second. That's on my circle back list. We want to have a discussion on tweaking the employment protection language in the Bill of Rights. We want to have a discussion on the OGMA veto power, make sure that that language is clear. Janet already flagged one of my things that I'm also flagging, the amendments sections for if we pass this and we want to amend the Constitution later, we're taking out the secretary and we're actually setting a higher bar than the secretarial election. So we did preliminary flag this in our discussion, but we should maybe talk about that further. And then a change in the tribal records section that we want to talk about. Those are the 5 things on my to-do list, so to speak, today, and then we'll see where the conversation goes. And next week, we also are scheduled most of the day with constitutional discussions, and that discussion will be kind of driven by where we are today and if the board members bring up issues, et cetera. So,
Okay, very good. Let's start with the first one that you flagged then.
all right. It's on my screen if it catches up here soon. Section 2, recall. We went through this section previously, but what was missing, and this was our fault, we thought it was covered in the election section, but it wasn't adequately covered, is once a recall petition is turned in, what happens, right? Obviously, a recall election happens, but there wasn't strong enough language in the Constitution that triggered that recall election. So I have here in front of you our proposed language that says, the Election Commission shall review the petition and all signatures, and upon approval of the petition, shall conduct a recall election by a special election held after 30 days, but no more than 90 days of receipt of I'll put here, a valid recall petition. So this is just the language that we believe is necessary to put in the Constitution, so we make sure we have that triggering language to kick off that election, even though that was the intent, but we didn't have it expressly worded. I'll pause for comments, questions, et cetera.
So are we comfortable with the signature threshold on a petition to have a recall at 10%?
Yeah, that was I don't remember I don't know if it's in my list of recent polls, so I don't remember the vote count, but that was polled at one point. I don't know if I have it noted on my summary.
That was a strongly polled one.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was almost unanimous, but I don't
Okay,
remember
well, that
exactly.
answers that question then.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, once sufficient signatures are captured and submitted, the Election Commission shall have between 30 and 90 days to initiate an election. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, seems reasonable to me. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
If
Okay,
there's
so I'm
one-
not seeing any hands up, so we can move on.
All right, so we're good with that one. Let's go to our Bill of Rights section. This is something that was flagged internally by our enterprise authority and our COADN CEOs that we wanted to talk to the board. Let me find the section about. We reference policy right now. So M, if it's on the screen, discharge. So you have a right. This is one of the rights that our citizens will have. Recourse if they discharge any person from employment without proper due process under the laws, and we have and policy of the tribe, or takes any retaliation against an employee who makes public any information of misconduct by officials or employees of the tribe. This language is substantially similar, almost verbatim, from language that was in the 2008 draft of the Constitution. What our enterprise CEOs have flagged for me, and I tend to agree, is maybe removing the and policy of the tribe to focus just on laws. So do not to discharge any person from employment without proper due process under the laws of the tribe. Presumably, right, you still have your policy covered, because if a enterprise or COADN or some future business is making a policy that's contrary to the laws that our legislature creates, there's still going to be that legal recourse. I think both Dan Doyle and maybe even Alan Carriage wanted to maybe flag this in one of their executive reports directly to you guys, so I'm just kind of trying to pass on that message. But they recommend maybe taking the word policy out and just focusing on the laws, and then policy would have to be in comport with our laws, of course.
Okay, Aaron has a question or comment?
Yeah, by taking out, or by enacting laws, which will be left up to the legislature. And so then will either be a right to work or what's the opposite of right to work?
At will?
Yeah, at will or right to work. No, I think right to work is pretty much at will. It's a confusing term. There's another term, but Michigan's right to work. Right to work sounds good, but it's actually not. But anyway, it'll be left to the legislature to define that, and it'll be in the law. So you don't need to articulate, I think they're right, you don't need to have and policy, because when the legislature writes the law, the administration can promulgate policies, but they have to be consistent with the law. So one of the things that I think, we haven't had this conversation, and this is going to be a challenge because the board's role is going to be very, very different under the new structure. The board will not be enacting policies, but we will be enacting, or they will be enacting laws. And any policies that are promulgated have to comport with the laws. But you have to have this underpinning in the Constitution for that to be done at all. So I agree with it's over-articulation if you include and policies. You don't need that if you have just laws. Currently, we kind of interpret policies as laws because we don't have a body of laws that we've enacted like a real legislature does. We have just like superficial high-level laws, but we don't have detailed laws like employment law. So, so that'll come, the legislature will have to decide what that looks like. And we will have to enact it, because if it's in the Constitution, it says you do have due process rights. So it'll be up to the legislature to enact laws that are consistent with due process as a fundamental constitutional right in our Bill of Rights.
And this will be for like the March 6th deadline, but one of the codes we are recommending strongly that we would need to focus on when we separate is like a TARO code, like a Tribal Employment Rights Office code or something similar, right? So, because you're right, Director Payman, we have to, it's even more important in a separated government to define what those rights are. So that's on our kind of high priority list of codes that the legislature is going to have to do sooner than later, preferably have it ready right away, so. But that's for March's discussion.
Okay, appreciate it. So does anyone object to us removing "and policy" from this section? Okay, hearing no objection, let's remove it then, Ryan.
All right. You guys are making my job easy right now. I'm gonna jinx it. All right, this one will be fun. The veto power. I know we have strong feelings on veto power. What we're recommending is tweaking the language slightly, so it's not ambiguous whether the OGMA can like veto a subpoena. Like if the legislature needs a subpoena or wants to use that subpoena power to bring in a tribal official to testify, appointments to legislative committees or like legal actions. So like it's kind of understood, right, that if the executive needs or wants to sue the legislative branch or vice versa, neither branch should have an opportunity to somehow stop that lawsuit. So our proposed fix, yep. Yeah, I'm trying to find it on the screen. It's page 8. Thank you, Sean. My computer's trying to catch up. I think it's up there now.
So basically, a veto power couldn't be used.
I have it on page 10 on my draft.
10, okay.
Yep.
So basically, you want it to be less ambiguous, so we spell out what a veto power would include, and it wouldn't include things like a subpoena or anything like that, and that's perfectly reasonable. That's
Yeah,
fair.
the fix that Josh and I had discussed is in H here, it says to veto resolution, ordinances, laws. It used to say actions, now it says motions and budgets enacted by tribal council. Probably more in line with more constitutional law, it would be to take out motions. And so what you can veto as the OGMA is you can veto resolutions, you can veto ordinances and laws. Those are all kind of the same thing or synonymous with each other in many ways. But then if there was some other action that you be taking by a motion, like initiating a lawsuit or appointing someone to one of the legislatively created committees, that wouldn't be able to be vetoed. So
quick
one fix
question
would
then.
just be get rid of motion and just focus on the laws, because that's really what we want to make sure the executive can veto. We don't want the legislature to create laws unchecked.
So we've had instances where things that should have been passed with resolutions, by resolution, have instead been passed with motions to try to get around referendums because
Yeah.
referendum numbers aren't assigned. So that's what we wouldn't want to have accomplished. I completely agree with you that a veto power shouldn't be used to bypass a subpoena. But if the board of directors wants to get around a veto, would they have the ability to start passing things via motion instead of resolution?
I think you possibly have a legislature in the future who might try that. That's where we have the court system and the ability to sue each other, right? The branches, if the legislature is trying to do things that should be in law, that by motion, the check in like other separated governments is the executive or a citizen gets to bring that lawsuit in our court saying this is supposed to be a law, this is not done properly, and then you initiate the lawsuit.
To avoid that type of lawsuit, though, do you think it would be better just to include what the veto couldn't be used for, whether it's appointments to legislative committees, subpoenas, things like that? Because we don't need this to be more litigious than it needs to be.
We could try to just, yeah, we could try to just enumerate the things that can't be vetoed. I guess one risk in that is if there's something in the future that we didn't anticipate, I can't think of off the top of my head what that might be, but if there's something in the future that maybe arguably shouldn't be able to be vetoed, and it's not in our constitution, then you're gonna have some friction between the branches. But we don't feel strong in the legal department either way. We can just choose, and that's why I want to talk to you today. What the consensus is, if we want to just enumerate things that we know are not vetoable, can't veto a subpoena, can't veto a committee appointment. You can't veto the initiation of a civil suit between branches. Those are probably the big three that I can think of right now. We can certainly go that route.
So what's everyone's thoughts? Okay, Kim, then Mike?
So things we pass here, the legislative branch passes here at this table could sit for 10 days before the OGMA signs them.
Yeah, I mean, you have 5 days, so it's not all in this section, but we talked about last time, we added last time, there's 5 days for the legislature to get that bill, that law to the OGMA's desk, and then they have 10 days upon receipt to veto it. If after 10 days passes and they don't veto it or sign it into law, then it becomes law. If they veto it, then it goes back to the legislature for a 3-4. So like 15 days max is kind of what we talked about last time of between legislature enacting it and a potential veto, you have a 15-day window if everyone takes the max amount of time in the current constitutional draft.
So if no signature is on it after 10 days, it automatically goes into effect without a signature.
Yeah, if no action is taken, then it is the law because
Got it.
the OGMA didn't veto it, correct?
But we have to wait that 10 days,
Max of 10 days.
right?
I mean, under the 2008 draft, with all of the legislative processes and veto power, we were waiting like possibly 45 days before anything would be enacted. This is a much more reasonable timeline that doesn't slow government down, but provides the opportunity for the check and balance without, waiting almost 2 months or more maybe, so.
Okay.
Mike?
I guess I'm more inclined to probably lean towards the just removing of the motion thing too, because in this new draft, one of the things that we had to articulate is a legislative process. So I think that will be a great opportunity to address things like the resos versus motions versus law, so.
Yeah.
I do think there's an opportunity under that legislative process, because I do agree with you, Chair, because in the past, things have been done through motions that should have been resos. But if we have to enact a legislation process, I think it'll get fleshed out then. And then we'll have to follow our own tribal law then. And so I think those areas of concerns will get highlighted then and be addressed then. And I think that's the more easier solution than trying to spell out all the what-ifs of what could happen. So that's what I'd be leaning towards.
So Ryan, in your opinion, what action should be taken via resolution with our new government?
I would, most action should be by resolution. It would be easier to try to figure out a list of things that shouldn't be done by resolution.
Because what I want to do, if we're going to do that, let's pull them both at the same time. You know what I mean? If we're taking out motion, let's also pull in the same pool that resolutions are going to be used properly. That way, we're not going to agree to this, and then when we get the legislative section, it's like, well, we want more flexibility with motions. So,
Yeah, and we do
get
have.
where I'm going?
I do see where you're going. And we do have high on our list, either way, a high priority for the legislature to enact their legislative rules. That is a duty and an authority that they have in this new draft. So that it would be fleshed out there more, to Mike's point. But things that don't need to be by resolution, like if the legislature creates a committee, an internal committee, like a house, like we see like a house subcommittee, right?
so
And they want to
motions
put,
can be
they
used
want to put 3 people of their own body on that. That could be done by motion, doesn't need a resolution, shouldn't be vetoable. That's kind of an internal
Can you think of
process.
anything else that would have to be done via motion? Because what we don't want to get away from is a check and balance over to the legislature, and the only check and balance that the executive has over that is the veto.
Yeah.
So we've seen precedent where motions are made, instead of resolutions, even though it's more proper to go the resolution route. We just want to maintain that check and balance.
Yeah. Issuing or directing their legislative attorney to draft up a subpoena to pull in a government official could be done by, under this language, be done by motion. That shouldn't be vetoable.
Subpoenas,
Bring in-
filling legislative committees.
Yeah, bring in legal action against the executive branch. Pretty much anytime they're directing their legal counsel, it's for something of that nature, that should mostly not be done by resolution. If it's something with the legislative branch legally against the executive branch, that would be done by motion.
Okay.
But if you're initiating like a, US v. Michigan style lawsuit, that would be done by resolution.
Okay,
it's
so
it's
right now
hard
we
to
have 3
parse it all
things.
out.
We have subpoena issuing, filling legislative committees, legal action directed by the legislative body. Anything else, in your opinion, that should be motions? Because what I want to do is just do a poll on both of them. If we're going to remove motions, then we also poll at the same time that, okay, well, this is how resolutions are going to be used
So
versus
right now in the
motions.
draft, right, the OGMA has the duty and the power to appoint executives, certain executives and certain positions to the governing bodies of our businesses. And then the legislature.
would be done through
Yeah,
motions?
the legislature
Confirm
has to approve
appointments.
it. So the formal appointments should be done by motion, because you don't want to give double power to the OGMA to then veto them.
So the fourth would be confirm appointments.
That's all I can think of off the top of my head right now, yeah.
We right now by motion do.
That's, I mean, we don't, that's a kind of implementation thing. Ideally, we would restructure our law to enumerate how licenses get transferred, and it wouldn't be the way we do it now, but that's a good point, Lana. So if we have our current structure of license transfer, that might be one that should be done by motion instead of resolution. So
So would that be commercial fishing transfers?
yeah, that's probably gonna have to change entirely in our new system anyway, but for now, let's work under the assumption it stays the same.
Okay, so anything else? Okay, I'm going to call on the speaker list. So Aaron, then Tyler.
Yeah, all right, so I'm going to make the argument for taking it out and explain why. So, I've been around a while, even, before I was ever elected, I was an employee in the policy arm of the tribe. I was our tribe's first policy analyst, federal state policy administrator, a full 4 or 5 years before I ever ran for office. And so I had the benefit of actually looking back and doing legislative histories and previous actions of the board of directors. And if you go back and look at our legislative action, the board, a motion is only a procedural action. It's not an official action of the tribe. And we've moved in a direction, I think, as kind of a end run around the rights of the people. At some point, somebody got the bright idea that to make a motion rather than to pass a resolution meant that it wasn't subject to referendum. And so then we started making motions. And so in one area that I think was legitimate is when we make hires of key personnel, that's done by motion and not by a resolution. So, I'm not going to argue that there aren't times when there's action needed of the tribe, but focusing in on a motion as an actual thing is wrong. It's only it's a procedural step. And when we went through training with DCI, first the Falmouth Institute, I have to say it right, Falmouth Institute, or DCI with Ryan Mills, he said, "What you guys are interpreting your motions as if it's an official action of the tribe." He said, no, he's never seen that before. And the reason we did it, again, is because it was a bastardization of a formal process to get around the people's rights, to challenge that action. So, so there's two issues. One is, how do we structure taking official council action, because we're talking about the council. How do we structure the official council action on certain things that don't require a resolution? So when the board decides to enact whatever laws that are going to replace our current laws, they should enact a approval law over official actions of the tribe. Okay, and so whatever that decision is, but we need to move away from and having listing in the Constitution motions as a unique thing, I think is wrong. So I would say resolutions, ordinances, laws, and official actions of the tribe. But you have to make a distinction of some official actions of the tribe are not going to be veto, they're not subject to veto, like appointments. But on the other hand, why wouldn't appointments be subject to veto? Although it's kind of it's a contradiction in the question, because if the appointment is being recommended by the Ogima and the legislature is ratifying it, then the Ogima is not going to veto it, right? Because it's a requested action from the Ogima. So if there are other actions outside of that, they'll be under laws. The legislature will enact laws, and then one of those laws would be the types of approvals that the legislature is making, and then they should write it in such a way that doesn't violate this section of the Constitution. So, anyway, I think that's the input I wanted to give. But so again, motions are only interpreted currently by the current generation on the board, because mostly the current generation of the board has a legacy of an use of motions that came around actually before anybody that's on this board. Any actions that the board wanted to take prior to 2004 that they wanted to insulate from any ability for the people to overturn it via referendum, that's when they got cute and started making motions that were not subject to referendum.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Tyler?
So before we pull, I think we should take more time on this portion, because when Ryan's saying off the top of my head, I can't think of any others. So as we move into the meetings, we're following Robert's Rules of Order. Motions are part of Robert's Rules of Order, and we use those to accept the agenda, accept meeting minutes, potentially censure another council member, so on and so forth. So explain to me, Ryan, what else this would take away from us, our ability to motion forward things in the future that normally we motion now as part of our daily business, to everything is just a vote on a resolution. So we just get a docket of resolutions and that includes everything?
No, so part of it will have to be fleshed out, like multiple people have said, in legislation. But when you're at the table, the council's at the table, if we take out motions from this veto language, it doesn't affect your ability to do a motion to adopt the agenda, to follow Robert's rules or our own variation of it. Motion for amend, all those things. I mean, probably having the word motions in here is more confusing, because to Dr. Payment's point, motions are used all over our legislative process right now to get to the enactment of the tribal code, tribal resolutions. So the more we talk, the more I think having the word motion, they used to say actions, you guys pulled them, made it motions. This creates more ambiguity in the whole process, because then you might have someone who gets cheeky and wants to sue you guys for doing a motion at your legislative table, and you're like, well, that's not an official action. We were just motioning to adopt something, right, or to amend something, and it invites more ambiguity into the Constitution. I think to your point, Tyler, is because we use motions all over the board for process purposes and procedural purposes, so you guys can get to the point where you enact that code. So my recommendation would still be to remove the word motions out of this part of the Constitution. It makes it even more scrutinized and more
How
ambiguous.
about we just take it out, but when we eventually get to the legislative branch, we specify that certain items have to be actionable by resolutions only, because we know what could be used, how this could be played. Okay, you guys okay with that? That way we can move forward with this discussion? Aaron, you okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, all right, let's move on.
Right. Let me just make a note quick.
While he's writing that note down, just imagine people, I'm not gonna name any names because they might be in the room, but people bringing forward referendums to try to overturn a motion to table or a motion to refer, or, motion to limit discussion. So then we end up having a referendum, 6 months, $40,000 spent, come back around and the action's done, right? So it's kind of nonsense.
All right, we'll took out motion from this section. I made note that we'll have to circle back at one of our discussions, maybe not today, but circle back to the legislative section, make sure we like that language. All right, if I can go to the next one on my list here, is gonna be the amendments section. Of the draft. So in this language, we're taking out the secretary from our elections. So if we pass this version of our amendments or something substantially similar, future amendments to our constitution will be done by the tribal election process, not the secretarial election process as currently worded. And section 2 is the discussion I want to have today. Is right now the language says basically for a valid referendum, you need a ballot return rate of at least 30% of the eligible voters based on the last tribal Ogama general election.
Do you have a recommendation, Ryan?
I think
Possibly the total votes
yeah,
cast in the
I think
last
we-
election? That would be
yeah.
a much lower threshold?
I think we use it something similar to what we did
That's kind of what we've been doing.
with the referendum, where we have the return rate equal to the return rate of the last tribal Ogama general election, which would be 18%. Or language similar to like the 5% of the total vote cast, not saying 5% is the number, but of the total votes cast in the previous Ogama election. So we could reword this so it's based on, we go back to the number, whatever, in 2024, we had 6,412 votes cast. So then we want some kind of threshold of that number instead of the 39,000 voters. But I did not tweak this language because last time we pulled it, this was the language that prevailed in your poll. And so perhaps the majority is still happy with this language, so I didn't put any effort into changing it because I wanted to start the discussion and see if the poll is we still like this language, then we don't have to tweak it. But if you guys don't like this language, then we'll start workshopping language that works.
Okay, and one more time, what's your recommendation?
To base the threshold on total votes cast.
30%?
Yeah, I have to run some numbers and see what that comes out to, if you give me a second.
Okay, just 1 second.
So just really quick, I honestly thought that that's what we had agreed on the last time when we pulled
did.
this.
That's where I thought you
Yeah.
guys were going, and we asked multiple clarifying questions,
Well,
and
real quick, then we'll figure it out. Is anyone opposed to that?
Wait, before we do, I have my hand up.
Okay, Aaron?
So, it was characterized earlier that we're making the burden more difficult, and that is absolutely not correct. Previously, we had a right of referendum and a right of removal, and we had the amendment. The amendment process was based on 30% of the eligible voters, which when the board voted to automatically register everybody for the chairman elections, one of the unintended consequences, because I know several people are on the conspiracy bandwagon to claim the board did it on purpose, but when the board did that, it set that higher standard, which probably can't be met ever for referendum. And so what the board chose to do was to take a lesser number, which is 10% of the votes cast in the previous chair election. And the reason for that is, despite how many people we have that could vote, we don't have people that do vote. And that's not unusual. The President of the United States does not get elected with a majority of the votes. It's a plurality. And so the compromise we came up with, and so I think we should have consistency across referenda, removal, recall, and amendment. Because now the amendment will be in-house. It'll be us making the determination. And the signature requirement and the threshold for approval being 30%. So where did we get the 30%? Well, that is currently what it is for constitutional amendments, right? And referenda, as dictated by the federal government. I think that's a low threshold, to be honest with you, but it is what it is. So we've carried that forward, and now we're saying that the out of, so it'd be out of the denominator, the number out of, is a much smaller number, because the board did not intend to make it impossible for people to do referenda. So that's where we ended up, and it was 30% of the votes cast in the previous chair election. And why do you pick the chair election? Because that's the total number of votes, that were cast in an election. So that's our best indication of how the vote would go, is the chair elections, right? So that's it.
Okay, Kim.
Okay, so, was I hearing they want to put this back to 30% on section B?
So correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, but it sounded like the discussion was 30% of the total votes cast in the last tribal chair election, which would,
Yes.
Section
which would
2.
be, which if you base it off 2024, as long as you have a return rate of 1,923 ballots, that's 30% of the 6,412 that returned in 2024, then the amendment election would be valid, and then majority rules. The majority vote is what gets adopted, yes or no.
All right, you're talking about section
I'm
1.
talking about, I'm not talking about referendum. I'm talking about the amendment section. Section 2, requirements for approval of Article 13 amendments. But we are talking about using similar language to what we used in the referendum section. And if that was the consensus from that workshop, I apologize, that was not my understanding of our discussion, which is also why I wanted to make sure we're all on the same page today.
Okay, so the voters of the tribe may call for a special election to amend the Constitution, by at least 10% of the number of eligible voters, right? Is that
That's
staying
how
at
it-
10%?
Signature. That's signature.
That's the signature requirement.
Right,
We landed on, last time we pulled this, y'all landed on 10%.
okay.
10% of the total eligible voters, just shy of 4,000, to kick off an election. The discussion at the time was that,
Special election.
yeah, the discussion at the table was it had to be a attainable but not super low threshold to start.
Right.
for a
the
citizen to
30% would
start
have been 12,000.
process.
Ryan, if I could interject, so previously the board stated to initiate a constitutional amendment election, you had to have 10% of signatures from the total eligible voters, and right now that threshold would be about 4,000. But then, per your recommendation, you'd need to have 30% of total votes cast in that chairman election, which would be how many?
When Part B goes in,
So
then,
Part A is more than Part B, is what
Part
we're
A,
getting at.
Part A, to initiate that is a higher number than, for it to be valid.
Exactly, do you think that's right?
Can I add something?
Hold on.
No, I don't, that doesn't really make
Okay,
sense
so
to
what's
me.
your recommendation? Half it? See, it should be hard, it should be something challenging to change the Constitution. I mean, you shouldn't be able to change it at a whim,
right.
but 4,000 signatures is a lot, and there wouldn't be a deadline to collect it. So I mean, like, for instance, a topic like term limits. So let's say like a group of tribal citizens want to implement a constitutional amendment to have term limits. It might take a couple years to gather the signatures, you know? It wouldn't necessarily be something that has to be achieved in 100 days. So it should still be a high threshold, but 4,000 is an awful high amount. So-
Can I make the distinction why they're different?
Go ahead, Aaron.
The reason why they're different is all members of, all adult members, because we treat children differently, just like other governments do, but all adult members have a constitutional right over their governing law. And so everybody, whether you vote or not, should have the right to decide whether or not to have a amendment to the Constitution. So you reserve your right. This is an issue of reserved rights, whether they exercise their right or not. And the reserved right should be a threshold that is conservative so that government can stand the test of time. The voter threshold is much smaller because, well, everybody has a right to vote, not everybody chooses to vote. So we make elections of who will be our elected representative with a minority of the people who were eligible. And we have not had a situation for a long, long time where a percentage of the people who are eligible to vote in either the chair or the board elections actually vote to elect the board or the chair. That hasn't happened in a long, long time. Not since 1996 and 2000. So a minority of the people who are eligible vote. So, and that's their right. It's their right to vote, it's their right not to vote. But when you're talking about amending their very governing document that all laws flow from, everybody who's a citizen should have the right, and the threshold should be high enough that we're not making amendments on a whim, you know, a frivolous whim this way or that way. You know, we might have a very conservative bent for one, period of time. We might have a very liberal bent for one period of time, but government should be able to transcend the fads or the waves back and forth. If we don't have a high threshold, we are going to be inviting amendments that are not practicable for the future of the tribe. And I'll give you one example, and I'll probably get beat up all over this by all my haters, but that's okay, I'm used to it, is per capita. There's no way in heck we could ever do a per capita because of the size of our tribe and the revenue that we generate. But if we have an amendment threshold that is so small, then a group of highly motivated activists that want a per capita, that don't care that it's not doable, can go out and get signatures to do an amendment to the Constitution to require a per capita. And then what happens is we shut down all of our tribal support and our services supported by tribal support, because if the amendment passes, it passes. So we have to think in terms of insulating the tribe from whims and flights of fancy for amending the Constitution. So that's why you have a higher threshold for signature gathering, and that's true of the state. Look at how many signatures it gets to amend the Constitution of the state of Michigan. It's huge. It's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of signatures. 4,000 is a high threshold to get signatures, but if it's something that needs to be done, they could spend 2 years, 3 years working to try to get an amendment. So that's it.
Well, I understand that, but if the signature threshold is too high, then you eliminate the possibility of there being a citizen-driven amendment process. I understand that it has to be high, but it shouldn't be so high that it's never attainable. I can't see there ever being a
I wouldn't say
situation.
4,000's never attainable. I think, I've gotten, with about 6 months of effort on the tribal ballot initiative, that was in 2004, we submitted 1,113 signatures calling for term limits and calling for a vote of the people to set the board salary. And so the board completely flouted it and ignored it. But we did submit, well, we didn't have a right of amendment then either, or a right of initiative. But the board ignored it because they didn't want anybody to touch their salaries. But, so how do you feel about amendments to set term limits based on 1,000 signatures, or to set the board salary on a public vote based on 1,000 signatures? So, you know, I could get excited about those because I did circulate a referendum petition on that. But you don't want government to be fluttering around with the whims of, you know, of factions of people of the tribe. So it has to be a significant threshold, but what we were trying to do with this one was to be consistent with the other ones. And again, keep in mind, right now, the people do not have a right of initiative. They don't have a right of recall. They don't have a right of amendment. So anything that we do is better than we currently have. So if we want to maintain consistency across the tribal citizen-initiated actions, that's where we came up with the number. And
So
it
how
is
many
better
signatures
than
did you get,
the-
Aaron?
For that referendum, I had 1,116.
And those are as hot button of issues as are possible in this tribe, you know, the board of directors paying term limits. So do you think you could have got 4,000 signatures based on that?
Yeah, I do, because
How long did it take you to get the 1,000?
6 months.
I don't think you could have got 4,000. I don't think we can mobilize enough people for that. Like, I'm not saying collect 500 signatures, saying still in the thousands, maybe 2,000, 2,500. But it's important to note that even though you get those signatures, it doesn't mean that, okay, the amendment passes. All that does is start the election process for that amendment. And then you have to have the threshold turned in for it to be validated, and then it's a straight up and down vote. So I don't know what the majority's opinion is, but at the end of the day, we gotta figure that out. Rob, then Mike.
But I wasn't done.
You're not done?
No, I got.
I'm sorry, Kim,
jumped
go right
on
ahead.
here, So
Kim,
it was
Rob,
like-
then Mike.
I just wanted Ryan to, like, we need approximately 4,000 signatures to call for a special election to amend the Constitution, correct?
Correct.
According to this.
Right now, yep.
And then Section 2 jumps into, it will be amended by a majority vote of the voters who vote in the special election. So if we got 4,000, correct, then we need 30% of the 4, correct?
So the way it's worded right now, you need 4,000 to start the election, but you need 30%, you need 30% of 39,000 for it to be valid. That's why I wanted to bring it
So
back
that's
to
going to be
you.
4,000 too.
It's gonna be 11,700.
It'd be way more.
Well, yeah, close to 12, right.
So that's why we're circling back
That's why I'm
on this.
circling back, because
Okay.
I wasn't sure that was the
That's
intent.
what I wanted cleared up, because I kept
But one of the
hearing
things that we've
different
talked about
things.
is lowering it to 30% of the total votes cast in the last chairman election, which would be how many? And this is all gonna change based on your enrollment numbers. So you have open enrollment, and
last
that's
one.
today's number. We're always most likely gonna have a higher number than today.
If it's 30% of the total votes cast in the last chairman general election, it'd be 1,900 and change for it to be a valid election. If that's what we change, if that's what we change it
30%
to.
of 38, it's 19.
No, 30% of 6,412, if we say it has to be based on the total votes cast, 30% of the total
All of
votes
them.
cast of the
Okay,
last
gotcha.
chair election.
Gotcha.
Then if you have, using 2024's numbers, if you have 1,923 ballots cast under that proposed language, then you have a valid constitutional amendment. So 4,000 to start it, 2,000 to make it valid, give or take.
Okay.
If people are agreeable to change it to 30%.
If we change it to 30% of the
Right.
votes cast in the last tribal Ogama election, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I got it right
All right,
outside.
so afterwards, I'm gonna ask for your recommendations and we can poll on it, hopefully. Rob, then Mike.
Yeah, so we've come a long way from what I presented over a year ago now. That was based on the original Constitution draft of the Constitutional Committee. And I know that we've said that we've made these changes, but to have this conversation right here to determine what membership initiated rights are without asking the membership kind of seems a little bit self-serving. And I've always said that I don't believe it's the board's position to be doing this. And, I was going to try to be quiet after last week's meeting on this, as I feel like you guys have all hijacked the process and are holding it hostage for one band, when you very easily could have moved forward with an amendment to do that individually. But now that you guys pushed it back so far, I mean, the vote's in May, why don't we do another survey to the members to see how they feel on these issues? Because I think, you know, for us as the governing body to sit back and determine these things, it just seems a little bit self-serving to determine, you know, how much membership engagement's going to be needed to do this or that. To me, I think, you know, we push back the vote on the secretarial election definitely long enough for us to do another survey, and that way this can really be membership driven. I think that we've taken this way too far with protecting the board's authorities within this amendment, and it's honestly getting to a point where it's not what it was intended to be. And I don't think the members appreciate us sitting here determining what their rights are without talking to them first. So I'll probably be bringing forward a resolution to have another survey, and we could issue everything we polled on and let the members tell us the best way to move forward. Because, you know, we put out a survey to see if they wanted a 1, 2, 3 branch government. We never asked them if they wanted to adjust the membership ordinance within that. So why did you guys do it? You know what I mean? Like, you totally hijacked this without ever checking in with the membership. It's about as disrespectful as it gets. So I'll be bringing forward that resolution.
So Ryan, what were the original numbers before anything was changed? What was the percentage?
For 2008 draft,
Yeah.
10% of the total eligible voters to start for signatures, and then it was majority rules once we did the election. There was no threshold. It was,
So to start it, we're actually talking about lowering the threshold, right? Because we've identified that the amount of signatures that are required are basically unattainable. So we're making the process easier for the members. So if we want to keep that at 4,000, we can, but we're recognizing that that would be a difficult burden to reach. It'd be a difficult threshold to reach when we cut through the rhetoric,
and
right?
if we had adopted the 2008 version, and we had also our automatic voter registration that we have today, the number based on 2008's constitution would be 4,000 signatures to start it, and then majority
Have
rules.
far more members today than you did then,
Yep.
right? So we could keep it at 4,000, or we could make it a right that's easier for our citizens to attain, and that's what we're talking about. If we keep it at 10%, based on the current numbers, it's 4,000, and I think that's highly unlikely, you know, maybe possible, but highly unlikely. We're trying to make this accommodation easier, once you cut through the rhetoric. Aaron?
So I'm going to respectfully disagree with Rob. I know, Rob, that you are not happy with the addition of the Mackinac Band, and I was back and forth on it because I'm hoping that it wasn't done as a poison pill to try to kill the whole process, because there's a lot of chatter out there, a lot of people who have always supported amending to get a 3-branch that have turned right before our eyes, and because of this whole instigation of the Mackinac Band issue, and also because of what other people are interpreting why we're amending the Constitution without including them. And I'm fearful that they were going to get on a big bandwagon to try to kill the whole thing based on that issue alone. So anyway, but here's the thing. I would be fine leaving off of this amendment process these additional items that I think could be argued that are not part of what we said we were going to do. We said, in order to get Director Cosley and several other board members to even sit at the table, they said they will not agree to a wholesale rewrite, but they will do individual amendments. And also they agreed that they would focus on a separation of powers and not all these other amendments. And so we could move forward without touching the amendment, the referendum, the recall. There's another one that we're not even talking about, and that's the right of initiative. That was in the original draft, but it's not in what we're looking at. So somewhere along the line, we decided to take that out. So I would be fine with taking those out entirely, because we could, In the future, we can request another secretarial election. But the other thing, though, is I don't think it's fair to characterize that we're trying to make this more burdensome, because it's just the opposite. When the elders advised us on moving forward, not once, but twice, they also said that they they would like us to consider fixing the unintended consequence of automatically registering everybody to vote in chairman elections, because that created the threshold to make referenda unattainable. And so what we are doing is, I think in earnest, we're considering changing to make it more liberal, more easy to reduce that burden. So even with my little speech about being a conservative government and moving forward conservatively, we're still looking at doing something much, much better than what the current state is. Also, the right of referendum, the right of recall, those don't exist right now. I mean, well, the right of referendum does. I mean, the right of amendment and the right of recall, those don't exist right now. And so, I mean, the board's doing that at their own peril, right? Because, obviously we believe it should happen. We should have those rights. The people should have those rights. And those are checks and balances on the very legislature. So I don't think we're trying to make things more difficult. I think we're making them much more liberal, and we're affording back to the people their fundamental rights that currently don't exist. You don't have a right of recall. You don't have a right of amendment. Those don't exist. So, but if this is going to trip it up, if we're going to start doing polls and delaying it till after the election, or maybe after the next election 2 years from now, after the chairman's election, I don't know. I would not hold tight to any of these other amendments that are not separation of powers, and I would give them up in a heartbeat.
Well, before I call on Mike, again, what the 2008 Constitutional Committee recommended was that 10% of total eligible voters have to sign that constitutional amendment petition to initiate a constitutional election, right? Which by today's standards is 4,000. So what we're attempting to do is lower that threshold so they have to collect fewer signatures to amend the Constitution. When we talk about what the members want, these are open to the public. We have one tribal citizen here, Janet, and the one issue that she brought up was that 10% is too high, which is why we're talking about it, which is why Ryan flagged it. So no one's trying to make anything more difficult. On the contrary, if you're paying attention, it's to make it easier. So Mike and Rob, then Janet, I'm going to call on you. No, Mike, then Rob, then Janet. It doesn't appear like we're going to reach a consensus to poll on this issue. And we'll have to finish this up next time we have a workshop. But I did want to give an opportunity for every tribal citizen that attends this, and again, they're open to the public to speak before we begin and after we begin. So go ahead, Mike.
I do like the idea of lowering the signature thing, but then the return I didn't agree, and that's why we pulled that initially, to have it not just be majority because we need a certain number back. I still agree with that. I do think that we probably put it too high in this language, and so I'm thankful that we're touching base on it. But since you just wrote on there, we're going to run some numbers, I think that's a good idea. I think seeing what 30% looks like, I think seeing what 50% of the vote from the last, because it is a constitution, and it should be a little harder to amend the Constitution than it would be a referendum. So I would like to see that number as well then. And then I think once we have more information, we can make a better decision.
Yeah, I may know, Mike saw me, but I may know for both the signature section and the requirements for approval. I wasn't necessarily thinking we'd resolve it today, but I wanted to get on somewhat of the same page, and it sounds like we all want something to change here. So let me run some scenarios. We're workshopping this again next week, and I will, before then, send out a memo to you guys that run some scenarios with different percentages and different options, and then we can go from there.
Okay, Rob, then Janet.
Yeah, so, just because someone has a different perception as you doesn't mean they're not paying attention. So, I am paying attention, and I wasn't born yesterday. I can see what this is, and our members can too. What this is you guys can say we're making it easier, this or that. What you're doing is consistently adding new things to a separation of powers that aren't necessary for a separation of powers, like the MAC ban, like the referendum, like these other rights. And every time you do it, you fractionate what was once a completely united tribe who, in the large majority, wanted to vote on nothing but a separation of powers. You guys keep adding it, you're going to fractionate it till it doesn't pass, which is what I think you want. So don't say, oh, if you were paying attention or this. I paid attention right from the very start. I was the first one who put this on the table. But you're going to keep adding to this until you fractionate the membership enough to where you know it won't pass, and then you get to keep your authority. It's not rocket science, and the members aren't dumb. We see through it.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Janet, do you want to say something?
I just want to tell the board, thank you for letting me speak on this issue, because it is very important. I'm looking at the future of the tribe, generations to come. Generations to come. It's important that we get it right. And thank you for the opportunity. Have a great day.
Thank you, Janet. So the next workshop that we're going to be talking about this is next Tuesday. It'll be open to the public, and we're going to be discussing the amendment from 11 to 4. So anyone is welcome to attend. Anyone is welcome to give their feedback before the workshop and afterwards. And if you guys want to schedule it on a Saturday, a Sunday, to better accommodate, people that may work, we can do that as well. We want to make this as inclusive as possible for everyone, but we can't force people to show up and give an opinion. So whatever you guys want to do, I'm on board with it, okay? All right, so workshop adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Go ahead, Sean. I don't care. Yep. So, all right, so we'll log off and have a closed session discussion with the board.